Okay, things seem to be working. We're back. Garden of Grind, episode 57. Don't have a name for it yet, but there are a few things we must address. First of all, we need to get oxygen in here. I have to do something with this sugarcane. I need to have a lot of sugarcane. For that, I need a lot of sand. Okay, where would I want to store the sugarcane fields? Actually, I think you can place sugarcane on dirt blocks as well. Because without sugarcane, there won't be any oxygen. Hence, free source of steel. I do have some sand. I think sand is better, but we need to put some other blocks for it not to fall, you know. Yeah, let's just use stone. Maybe even a chiseled version of that. Something smooth. Maybe that. Okay, I think I want my farm to be in this location. And the pech is not here anymore. There's a spider on top of this thing. It's gonna jump and kill me, right? Push me off this ledge. Yeah, like that. God, so close. Luckily I didn't have this push back or whatever you call this thing when you knock back. Yes, that would have indeed killed me. I'm confident I need a lot of sugarcane, like a whole chunk planted, probably. Maybe even more. Not really. I'm not really sure that I'll be automating it. Maybe just let it grow and then pick it up, like harvest it. Also, as soon as I get shards, magic shards, I'll be able to get more comfy with thirsty tanks. Thus, I can have very compact carb manager builds. I could literally just put a thirsty tank with a pipe and a pump, plus some Sabariza solar panel, which I can get a lot of now, if I'm really kind of adamant on getting them. And it's just a 2 to 3 block tall setup that will make my farm running. I don't know what's wrong with this dude. He's just like mad at me for some reason. this is what we got. Let's get rid of that. Now we're gonna plant some sand. I'm not sure if I'll match the pattern, so I'll start from here. I'll need to bring a lot of water buckets here. And now outputs are empty. Maybe it does transfer it. Like, you remember last time scrap was backed up in these segments? And I was thinking, like, it's not gonna transfer the whole thing, but suddenly, and somehow it works. It doesn't change anything, really. I still need sand and everything of that kind. We're gonna go and craft some water right now, because we'll need to sift through a lot of water buckets. Yep. We'll stand as close as possible. Inventory full of that. Like, that's how pipes are supposed to work, see? It's super easy, super streamlined, and just... I don't know why it doesn't work that way. Wish I could get an axe already, because this is crazy. I only need 6 of that. I mean 1 stack, 16. We'll come back. I don't want anything to be flowing. Just want to be... I want this water to be still. Well, at least this one is right. This one is this one is like straightforward about it. Just immediately high, and let's go with the offers without any kind of like. That's good. It's still banned. No steam here. Why is that? Interesting. I could just put it here. Oh my god. Say thanks to water. Simply because of water didn't blow the hell. It didn't destroy the whole platform. Okay, now everything seems to be working fine. One question is, I should probably have torches around and up there as well. You know, I forgot a lot of things. Like, I was literally thinking, like, how do I plant cane if I'm going to use like a farm, you know? And I completely forgot that you can actually put them on crop sticks, and this is just such a thing, such a trivial thing, and I forgot about that. It's kind of just wasn't in my head, you know? There's some here. Okay, that should be enough to, and this I want to get rid of. That should be enough to plant at least half the field. good half an hour and I'll have a lot of oxygen. Should probably do something to foolproof the system. This one looks different. Why is it... Why is it brighter? Okay, this is it. This should be it. Okay, we'll have entrance from here as well. And I can already... Oh my god, I have so much stuff. And yeah, well, let's make a conveyors useful now. As to my recyclers, though... And actually, wait. Need to get the benzene back up. For that, I'll need to set it up for. I guess it's there already. Yeah, wood tar, charcoal. This should have setting of 3. Already done. Yeah, that is a fast thing. How do I tackle that? There is a way. Question number 1. I'm like, why is it here if it can be there? The super tank, the everything. Or, of course I won't be setting up another super tank like this one. Oh, I hear Pech. Please be the one that's a thaumcraft one. Forager again. It's like the 4th forager in a row. Okay. I've known some streaks of luck, and I'm not against the streaks of unluck. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm not against that. Okay, is there an automation for that? Is there a chance to automate that? Like, let's imagine I want to automate this thing fully. I would need to disassemble whatever the hell this was. Put it here for now. So what machines am I going to be using? There used to be auto crafting benches and everything. This one is a project bench. What does it do? It creates a recipe. And this one employs it. I should have... Where? I don't remember where I put the blank recipes. I guess this chest right here. Or the paperboard that I was supposed to use. No? Yeah. And we've got the recipe plans. Here they are. So, I want to do that. Please let me. Yeah, there was a problem that I couldn't do it, but then if I have it on my hands, I think I can. Like this would work. Yes. Maybe I already have this recipe. Nonetheless, I just did the fresh water. Look, it destroys the bucket if you do it like that. Huh. Okay. This is like anti-red wrenching stuff. One more time and I create a recipe. Fresh water. I think I have it already. It doesn't matter. I had a problem that I couldn't... I couldn't, you know, the whole auto crafting bench would fill up with empty and full water buckets, and it would make things very hard to... What was that? Oh, lightning out of nowhere. Okay. So this thing, I don't know what that does. But we should... Like this conveyor module is going to be transferring buckets of water into... this auto crafting bench. Trying to find a barrel right now. I do have a barrel. Maybe the Ender Eye conduits would actually help me here, right? Because I used to rely on item pipes again. It wasn't really effective. Okay, right now I want this. I want the export of full buckets of water. Yes, it does it like every 4 seconds, which is super slow. No, it's not good enough speed. Who does that? Oh. Oh. It's that spot that I didn't light up, of course. I forgot to. I forgot to do that. Like there's a whole party right there. As I already told you, I won't be tolerating that, so this is how I roll. Okay. Nothing grows. Nothing grows. I don't know why. Okay, we need more Ender IO conduits. We're gonna start with buying more oxygen. I think it needs 30. So let's go ahead and break down this thing. Okay, while we're waiting on that, we might as well... Well, okay, let's think about it. This super tank sends the... Okay, let's say sends some amount of water buckets, the full water buckets, into this auto crafting bench. This auto crafting bench. Fresh water. It tries to make... tries to make water buckets. I mean, these guys. Then, somehow... See? This one. This shouldn't be here. And the strangest thing is that it moves by 3 every time instead of 4, because it should make 4. It moves 3 at a time. That is a very strange thing. So, and how do we... That's really slow. If I put a hopper underneath, it's going to take only... It's going to take everything in the empty buckets, in the full buckets, in the water, and it's not good to output everything. This one needs to be worked through. Like this should stay here. But how do I control what stays and what doesn't? Oh my god. Something happened again. I don't know, my Twitch chat doesn't work. I've been raided by a party of 11. Thank you, Nadziska. such a cool nickname. Hi. Thank you for the raid. No, well, auto crafting bench is not enough. It's not the thing I want. It's not the thing I want. There should be something else. Let's see. This guy. The auto workbench is a simple automated crafting system. You place ghost items in the grid to create the recipe and place components in the inventory. They will slowly be converted into the crafting item. While not fast, it can only do one recipe each. It does support automation. Only items acceptable to the recipe are allowed in the inventory. It does not use power. They say it's very slow, and I will listen to them and not make it. This is faster. But you see, I'm working with with buckets, and I'm trying to basically automate my Pam's water for the recycler. And there's a problem, like whenever I put in a bucket, it goes into this auto crafting bench, and then you need to set up a bunch of like, I don't know, filters or something to let the water bucket stay inside, let the empty ones out, and let the fresh water out. And obviously it is very complicated. I think I need under conduits with filters for that. It would be good. Otherwise, it just kind of, you see, it fills up the whole storage, and it doesn't move anymore. There's a trick to water in the auto crafting bench. What do you mean trick to water? Or a trick to water in the auto crafting bench. I don't care about the exploits. Take all the buckets out, okay. And leave the cups in. By cups you mean the empty buckets, right? Wait, let me just quickly. The Pam's water, okay, here they are. You see what I've noticed? I've noticed that this moves up by 3, right? While the craft does 4. That I've noticed. And I thought that maybe this was bugged or something. Yeah, I've noticed that. You're saying it just, like... So whenever I put an auto crafting bench anywhere, it just creates water out of nothing. Like it doesn't use anything. But only because there's a recipe plan. If I were to take this out, it wouldn't work. Actually, a bunch of those auto crafting benches could actually... yeah. I believe that's how people do the recycling. An exploit or not an exploit. Oh, you start with the smart stuff, the or dictionary and everything. Or dictionary names, list all water. Mm. So it tries to craft itself. It sees this water as a water bucket in the inventory and duplicates itself. Is that the idea? Haha. Well, thank you. I believe it is an exploit, without a doubt, but I think I'm gonna be using it. It's kind of fun, you know? Oh, you're saying I can duplicate Epic Bacon? Oh, people are not gonna forgive me that. Yeah. What? One again. I do not believe you. Well, you might be right, but whenever I'm trying to craft an epic bacon, you see, it's not letting me because the dies are different. How come 8 bone meal is enough? How come this isn't enough and 9 bone meal is enough? I mean 8. This is something else. Like you know, I'm kind of like dipping into the. And where does it work? Oh, in the auto crafting bench. So basically, this is the. Oh yeah. God damn it! So you're saying this little box right here is just like you can cheat the whole game with it, like because there are. You can do a lot of stuff with it. That's basically breaking the game. If you're you know, like if you're trying, if you can try something else with it, like certain things. Well, I certainly won't be doing anything with epic bacon. It's just very bad. But I would think about water. I'm not the most ethical person in this run, I guess. Well, I don't know, like, what do people do? This is actually cool. I would. You know, I might have as well stumbled upon it. I asked a question like, why does it do 3 instead of 4? And then I stopped giving a crap about it. And you kind of went further, right? Knowing that this happened, and like, it's just a very intrusive mind of yours that decided to go deeper. Just a little more time and we discover Upside Down. So what do I do with this thing? What do I do with this thing? How do I know that. I guess it'll be fine if I go with water, if I use water with it, because I can't autocraft it anyhow else, you know? Like, I tried to do it with buckets, but it kind of does this weird thing with itself, and thus buckets don't actually work there. So the only thing I'm left is just doing it like this. And it's a lot easier than if I were to automate that, actually, because I only need the bench itself and a recipe and nothing else. So I think I'm going to be using that only for water and nothing else, really. I used to use it for turning dust XP buckets into dusts, but there was no exploit there. Everything was good. The amount was correct. So I guess that's what I'll do. The crafting crate. If you want to use it for scrap the keys to World Accelerated. in my regard, there's a poor man's world acceleration called just crafting a bunch of more of these auto crafting benches, and that's it, right? Because I'm kind of like starving with energy right here. You said crafting crate. No crafting crate. Let's just start with crafting. See what it has. That's okay. I'll. There's this guy, but it's probably just a space version of a crafting table. Then auto workbench. Crafty. Craft. Cannot type. Crafty crate. Dreamwood planks. Right. Right. As if I could, you know. Nah. Nah. Not even close. Let's forget about it. So, considering that this auto-crafting bench doesn't let me craft Pam's water anyhow else, I'll be using that. And I need a bunch of more of them. I'll go try to see if I have I guess I only had one. Yes. So I can already kind of move it there and make it work. I don't think it's such a big exploit considering, I don't know, it's just water. I could do like hundreds of stacks of that if I stand there. But God of Garden of Grind, forgive me for that. Actually, you know, that makes sense. That the water turns into more water. I know. Yeah. I kind of want to move that, I think. Why didn't they fix it yet? There's so many exploits. And I kind of think that you want me to know all of them, right? you literally spill it all out so I can just be succumbed into this, you know, into the wanting of using all of that. Yeah, and iron ingot into an infinity ingot, you say? It's because it has the same or dictionary. Now 11? No, I'm not gonna go this far. Just water. I mean, if I can do anything out of that, then what's the point of playing the game, right? Oh my god. Pico high. We as in who? They said we don't like we like to deep dive. Who? It's like a team of divers. Oh, it's not fun to be with you guys. I think. I mean, I don't think I want to know any more of the cheaty stuff because it kind of defeats the purpose of the game. I kind of like. I don't know. I'm like in the middle when it comes to water, but with the rest of the stuff, I wouldn't want to have anything to do with it, right? Yes, but has anybody else played? Of course, you have Skyrim, right? I'm actually still considering whether I want to use it for duping water. I'm considering it. Like maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. But it doesn't make me automated anyhow else, right? There's supposed to be a good automation for that, but instead it doesn't use the water buckets. It uses the Pam's water itself. I cannot go beyond that. I mean, I could probably if I were a lot smarter than that. So it's like playing Skyrim when you have this hero that kind of like climbs the ladder of strength, becomes something in the world, and then you're like completing the quests and everything. Certain mobs are just too hard to defeat and everything, but then you stumble upon this restoration loop where you can just drink a potion that makes your enchanting stronger. You make an enchanted armor that makes your potion making stronger, and you kind of like spiral this loop out of control, and you get yourself a weapon at the end that can kill anybody in the game with one blow. And after you know all of that, you don't want to play the game at all because it defeats the purpose of even trying to get the stuff, you know? Because for now, the game for me seems like I should achieve this and that and that, and then I become strong. You were saying thaumcraft is like a cheat in this game. I like cookies and pizza. Oh, me too. Depends on how you look at it. Thaum right now is incredibly strong in the early game and is working as intended. It's significantly stronger than anything you can do on the bug bench, but wouldn't be considered cheating. Yeah, but that's like a legit bypassing of stuff, because you kind of put in work to do that. I know. But I haven't delved that deep into that thaumcraft realm to say a lot of things. The biggest, coolest thing that ever happened to me in Thaum was this, where is it? This thing. Thaumometric Essentia Cell. This dude makes your Essentia infinite for infusion. Any type you put in. And I've been wanting to have that for so many, I don't know, I think months or years, because I hate Thaum and I hate finding Essentia and everything to craft things. Yeah, I understand. When are you going to report all of these bugs? Is this something newly discovered, or? I wonder if Axie used that while he was getting his green sapphires. Because people tell me that they all use Pam's water to automate that. I wonder what you guys used. Did you go like, I don't know, I don't even know what, chisel stone to get water, because you need to spin around 3 to 4 million items to get the recycling. They have a rule of not using dev bugs. I use single-use crowbars. You made that out of steel? It's 1.5 steel nuggets to 64. Yeah, okay, I made a decision. I'm not going to be using this exploit. Since I've already put some in the iron barrel while I was running around that cheatedly made water, I'm going to discard like 4 stacks of scrap from that just to be clean about it. Oh my god, I hate myself. It is that drastic. And the rest of it goes to hell. I'll be using some options rather than Pam's water, or maybe I'll automate that. And actually, I like the idea about crowbars. I think it's pretty smart, and it does use resources. So yeah, let's forget about this auto bench for good. It's bugged, and it's not a good thing when it comes to that. So let it rest here. Whew, it's like a load off my shoulders. Now, because, you know, I started thinking about, you know what, like, I use water that comes out of nowhere, like literally no work had to be done to get that, and then it turns into scrap that turns into useful items. So literally I'd shit in items from out of nowhere, which is, I think it's considered a bad thing. Yeah, so for that, I will probably need... first of all, let me get... while I'm setting this up, I want it to be running, so I'll be using this thing that I've made previously. I just decided to break it down already. With a door. It's I manually craft Pam's water here. Oh god. No. At least to shove it up there for now while I'm dealing with stuff. So that it doesn't stall, you know. And let's break that off. You can make a ton of Pam's water very quickly using multi-block kitchen if you ever do need it. Multi-block kitchen? I know there's a kitchen. You can just pump water into sinks and pull Pam's water out of the main block. And how is that not faster than crowbars? Actually, I've never built... which one's the main block? I mean, I can't get just the sink, right? Unique cooking table and sinks. Stone plate. Stone dust. Let's try it. I just want to see for the sake of it. It interests me what's gonna happen if I do it. Okay, cooking table is... what? Where do I get the cooking for block? Oh, I need to cook a book. Do I even have a book? I don't think I do. I don't have MV recyclers, and I'm using scrap only to get to the point where I get 9 green sapphires. I don't need scrap for like for other purposes, so I'll be running LV recyclers. You're seeing it as a cup? This one? 'Cause I'm seeing it like a little kind of like a bucket, no? Like it's just a wooden one. How many am I running? Right now it's 9. I'm planning on staying 9 for now. I want to go slow at it. I don't want to have like 64 running, because what the hell am I gonna do with them later? Like turn them back into dust? Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll be seeing it as cups as well. I'm not sure yet. So I wanted to see if I have books. I do, thank you. So this I turn into cooking for blockheads, and then what about the sink though? Okay, sink does not require anything. Any book. Two crafting tables. And a steel plate. You see, I already had a recipe plan for fresh water. Oh. Can craft food using the things you have in your inventory. What, without even using the smelting process? Like I just click and I get the frog legs without losing anything? Oh, it's a recipe. Five wood planks plus 3 iron plates. I'm not gonna go that deep into that. I think for food I only have like epic bacon, which I get from dyes, and some minced meat. Okay, now cooking table. Stone dust. Two iron screws. Three wood planks. In my estimation, considering my playtime, it's going to be at least a month, if not more. One dude had like 90 recyclers running, and it took him two IRL days to get 9 sapphires. I have not 90 but 9, which is 10 times more. So 1/2 IRL days times 10 is like 20. And it's it might even take like 3 months for me if I'm playing like every other day for 5 hours. Since I'm not leaving it overnight, I'm streaming and I'm playing, and only that is my playtime. It's going to be a long journey, I know, but I don't plan to get fast with it. For now, at least. Maybe I'll add 9 more later on. I'm not sure. Okay, I got the set of a cooking table and sink. What do I do with it? You said I need to pour water into the sink, and it's gonna pull out the fresh, pull out the water from the cooking table. Thus, I need a tank here. I'm gonna get so... No, I'm not carrying that. You know, it's easier for me to run a pipe from this spot into that chest. It's easier than carrying it all over there. So 1 stack every 4 seconds. Let's just see. Let's test it there. All we need is some pump. What throughput should I use? Do I go with the crazy one? Well, I guess since Thirsted Tongue does 1 bucket per second refill rate, right? I shouldn't use anything more than 1,000. So small burns fluid pipe would do it. Weirdest design ever. It's for now. And okay. That sucks. It's slow. I get the idea. Can hold 16,000. Well, it's kind of cool that you can just leave it be and then walk by and just do that and slam like a few stacks of fresh water. I understand. It's just more automated. Oh, I should be very careful. Is this going to blow up if I put it on top of this thing? I think it will, because this is an MV battery buffer. I should probably not do it. Maybe no. I think I can go here now. Yeah, and the transformer, the buffer is actually... Oh yeah, the buffer only has 1 output, right. I totally forgot. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your help and your ideas. Those were great. Albeit not all of them were legal. I think I'm gonna set up the crowbars. That's actually a very good idea. Still isn't gonna be an issue soon. Okay, I'm gonna get some torches and deal with freaking mobs once and for all that sit on top of this farm I have. One sink is one stack. Actually, I can have like 20 sinks. It's just that they need filling. Okay, should we actually open 100 scrap boxes? This is let's go, guys. Maybe we'll get our first what do you call this thing? The chance is great. Let's do it. I'm not getting anything. Whoa, this is just pure trash. Or got a diode out of that. And well, there are a bunch of things. Calcite, tin, obsidian, water cell, cooked chicken. Can't pick it up. I need an inventory. Vacuum tubes are good. This is actually value. The rest is not so much. Wood pulp. Flint dust is good. Netherrack dust is not. Wooden pumpkin coal dust. Netherrack. Grass block. By the way, a grass block. That is something. Netherrack. I'll leave it be. Single use battery. I don't know what for. I'm just gonna delete that. Well, actually, instead of deleting, I could have just put it back in here. So 100 scrap boxes gave us something to work with. Well, we need to saturate it. Fill tin can. Okay. We need a... We need a fluid extractor MV. And tool casting machine. Oh, deprecated. Will be removed in next major update. I wonder why I couldn't do it. So this is probably, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, but a fluid solidifier. Anyway, I needed these two machines anyway, so we can't get both of them right now because we don't have enough circuits. But I believe we should start anyway. So fluid solidifier is going to be the first thing. In order to make that, we need 2 pumps. Pumps need bronze rotors. Oh, I do have them. I'm glad I have them. Steel fluid. Maybe I'll be able to get 2 pumps right off the bat. And I will once I get... What did I just break now? I crafted this and something broke, but I do have a wrench. So what was it? Okay, got the solidifier. That should be next to no, I could do that differently. Since the solidifier will be the last machine in this chain, out of the two segments I could just put it here. No. Yes, no. Here. And then, close to that I'll need to have a... You're saying... I never use those tin cans. Oh, it gives different amount of... Okay. So I can use like very cheap stuff. Oh, this gives you night. Okay. And this does not have the saturation issue, right? I'm gonna test that real quick. See if have stumbled upon something that'll save me for days now. Because I'm so tired of food and of bacon losing its qualities, I guess. Nurturing qualities. Oh, it needs 18 tin cans. Bending machine. HV. Huh. So getting these 2 tin cans was actually a... I understood that. Okay, so actually, I'm bypassing a lot of things by fishing out tin cans from my scrap boxes because these aren't available until HV and I can already press some food in it and just use that as a good source of food without ever suffering from diminishing returns. And 1 fish gives you 2 tin cans full of food. Okay, and now we need to craft resistors. walked up like that. Where are they coming from? I have no idea. They just walk up to me like nothing. Considering that the slabs don't spawn and the chiseled stone doesn't, the multi-block surfaces never does that. Is this from here? Because I'm not seeing anyone now. Actually, it's already time to gather our first, reap our first benefits. I'm totally aware that like 30% of that falls into water, and I'm not gonna bother myself with wading through that, trying to catch every bit of sugar canes. This is where I want it to be. Alright, steel casings. Oh, I have these coins already. Actually, I still have a lot of coins. I think I should spend them. Okay. Okay, and 2 copper wires and... Now we'll probably be able to craft the... What do I need? The extractor, fluid extractor. 1 piston. Okay, it needs that. And bunch of more of plates, because I know that pistons hit a lot of aluminum plates. Well, at least 3 before. At least 3 before I got the extruder. It was eating 5. Oh no, actually 4, due to crafting of small gear. Okay, that was fairly easy, I think. Now only that one left. I mean, there should be an upgrade for a work table, because this is just like, it's not enough. The space here. I got the fluid extractor, and we can move on. So all I do is just put in a bunch of, let's start with 8 steel ingots, right? That gets turned into that turns into wait a second, into some steel. I do item fluid auto output, and then you need a mold. Do you have an empty shape? How much do I need? 4 steel ingots. I do have 4 of them. That's very nice. Nice. And now, wow, that is strong, very strong. And perhaps I could move it a bit closer to the... Do I still have the... Yeah, electron pipes and 6 of that. Actually, I should get another tank. I could just craft some more of that Ender Ire bullshit. Okay, now let's go grab this sugar. I think I'm losing a lot of energy doing that, doing the crowbar recipe. I'm actually afraid that it's going to be... Well, this one is not energy hungry at all, and this one only uses energy when it actually melts stuff, right? So supposedly it's not as bad as you might think it is. Besides, we have everything. I want to see whether it's enough. Kind of is, yeah. So now we're using that plus some cells. Can we get more cells? A stack of that would be nice. Yeah, like that. And I'll be going... Oh, I told myself that I won't be getting steel fast enough anyway, due to the fact that I don't have the wrought iron. Fast production of wrought iron, due to not having been able to craft an arc furnace. Thus, I'm left with what? I don't want to touch duping anymore. I'm so tired of this thing. What am I left to do then? Well, we can still go for just the iron dust, right? Just the iron dust recipe in a blast furnace. It goes like 25 seconds, but still it is pretty fast. It is not as fast as a 5-second recipe, but I'm fine with it. Start with a stack. Already have it. I just voided all of my oxygen. Oh, what the hell happened? What just happened? And why did it void oxygen and not... Since it's trash can... Oh, it's here. Oh my god. So close. "25 seconds is not that bad." And you see, it lasts for some time. It's not even a lot. You can kind of clock the speed of this, of my recyclers. Like, let's just clock how fast one stack of that goes. 2, 3. I'm gonna use a timer right now, or not a timer, but 1 second. There's a urgent issue. Okay, so I want to be exact about it, so I'll be... Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. It's going to be... Well, let's say 8 seconds. 1 stack per 8 seconds. And I need 3 million. Oh, no. Or yes. Is it 3 million scrap or 3 million items on average that need to get turned into scrap? I don't know. It's hard to count, really. But, so, let's say 8 seconds for 1 stack. 80 seconds for 640. 800 seconds for 6,400. 8,000 seconds for 64,000. It's 64,000 per 2.5 hours, if I count correctly. Oh, I'm so bad at math. I cannot count further. I'm gonna sacrifice all of this steel into the fluid extractor, just to make sure we always have this thing topped off. And then I'll be... Ashes. Okay, while this is partially automated, We can leave it for like half an hour with a lot of steel in it, in these little boxes, and it's gonna just run it on its own. So, what do we do to make our lives better in this freaking game? What do we actually do? Because this is about future, right? Imagine this is a huge research station that does some thinking on its own, and it tries to figure out a way to go beyond that technological level. Yeah, this is what we try to do, because we need to get this technology open. It's gonna get some time before it can actually get that. So, oh, just got 2 circuits out of nowhere. What do we do to make our lives more comfortable? I still want to get that patch. It's on the agenda for me. Oh, there is one. Not here though. Patch mage, I got him. Dudes, I got him. Oh my god, I got him. Patch mage. I am going to need a lot of gold wires for that. Dude. And I don't have gold. No gold for me. I do have some wires, but also there... I need to find so many things. Oh yeah, there's some gold. I'm gonna go scrap for some more gold. Look around my base. See if there's maybe a bunch of coins. That's good. So maybe after using this patch, I'll be putting it back into some vial so that I don't lose it. Right? It's one of the ways to do it. Because even if you can kind of fill its inventory, it still gets despawned, and I don't want it to despawn like ever. Okay, I believe it's a patch mage that does the shard recipe, shard trade. Let's try to see what he can sell. I'm gonna give him a bunch of wires. You there yet? Come on. Maybe you need something more valuable. Perhaps this should be yeah, I unlocked the trade. Now let's place a chest right here and start doing the trades. Huh? Got the gold wire back. The potion of healing, useless. Air shard. Entropy shard. Knowledge fragment. No, wait, I didn't want to. Can I put it back so that it de-aggroes or something? Are we back? I think, yeah. All we need is to re-enable the trade. And let's... I cannot believe I actually got access to shards. Like, the moment I said that I needed to do something to make my life more comfortable, God gives me a patch mage page. Great. Just wonderful, but I've been wanting that for so long that I don't even know if that can be considered luck now. paste one. I need to complete that quest for thaum, first of all, that you need like to have like 12 or 8 shards of each type. Why am I feeding him these things? And then I threw the whole stack of coins into him. Oh, I got him back. Oh, that's a lot of coins. I just need to make sure when I close this window, I need to put this thing away from this window. This little box, otherwise I'll lose my coins. Oh my god, again. I hate the misclicks. Why am I such an idiot? Oh my god. Alright, maybe the trading is done for now. I think that should be I should be fine with it. Okay, let's open the thaum now. See if I actually completed the quest. Or maybe I... Oh, 16. Why? Of course, why not? Why not 16? Why not 16, right? Okay. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get 16. Some are already... Oh, actually I will be able to do that. What? Ah, it stops trading with me. I forgot that it stops trading with me. Now I need to buy back the disposition of this guy, so we can start trading with me again. apples out of that. One fire shard left. Okay, Fetch Mage back in your box. Store it here in my sacredest of places. Okay, we're moving on in the thaum world. Thermometer. I think I have it already. Here it is. We just need to do that. So I can disassemble the farm, or at least destroy it. Put these in there. And finally start chugging. Actually, I'll just break everything. Peaceful. Still there, right? I'm destroy the cells and start my farm again because I need a lot of experience and everything. The ores. I only needed the pech and I got them. And I need to switch these stone blocks onto something different. Or maybe just chisel them, right? So that nothing spawns or teleports on the surface. Well, why did I close the game? Wanted to change. Again, close the game. Wanted to change the difficulty. hate using my chisel like that. Okay, now nothing can spawn. And, what do? We climb back into this thing and destroy all of the torches. Once we have done that, skeleton here. I need to break these two. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. 218 levels. Please. Please don't die. Okay. Okay, I'll seal the hole. Because I need to heal now. Broke my pickaxe. Actually, it's an iron one. I'm gonna go fix it. Hi, Larry. Today was an interesting day. In terms of Garden of Grind, you've missed a lot of things. But it's nothing like eventful. But there was a guy, maybe he still is, not this guy, maybe you know him. He told me a bunch of stuff about auto crafting bench and what it can do and how cheaty it is. Do you know anything about that? Because that is a crazy amount of information, and that can just actually wreck your mind if you're not careful with it. The temptations are great. And he said that's the kind of info only about 10 people in the world know. So, are you interested in knowing that? Well, I don't know if he wanted to keep that a secret. But it's not like everybody in the world watches me, so if I tell you all of this again, I don't think it's gonna change anything on the grand scale of things. So Larvae, sorry for that, I don't know how this thing works. Actually, I set up it according to your advice on setting it up every hour or something. So, there was a dude, maybe he still is, somewhere watching me, not Ziska. Do you know the guy? So he told me some interesting and peculiar things about, oh yeah, you were in the raid, so you know what's up with the auto crafting bench and everything, right? So I shouldn't be telling you that now. Okay then. Then you missed nothing. He's really fun, but he's a dangerous person, you know. I first of all decided to use. At first, I decided to go and use this exploit. He told me about the Pam's water. Well, when the Pam's water crafts itself while it's in the auto crafting bench, but then I realized that it's like a cheat. It's a real cheat, so I kind of like not went through with it. So instead, I used his advice to get the crowbars, single-use crowbars. Well, yeah, and avoid the mechanics. So I was like, nah. You know, I've already done a bunch of things that weren't really pure in this playthrough, so I decided to at least not go this deep in that regard, and I used something legit, like I'm now smelting steel, which I don't have a lot of, basically, and I'm using that to get my fast and single-use crowbars, and this is how I'm going with about my recycling. So I feel that this is one of the most legit out of all the legit things I can do. So yeah, this is what I did. And also I finally fished out a pech. Here it is in my soul vial, and I got the shards, which basically means that I've enabled myself a path, a route to finally a mag levitation, first of all, magic levitation. I've always wanted to know what that looks and feels like, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Please don't spoil anything for me, and I just want to know what it feels like. Maybe I'll be able to, you know, hover over and be above and below my base, like kind of do some interesting architectural designs, or the Garden of Grind I've always wanted, you know, with things on top and beyond and everywhere, like with the rocky buildings and like Babylon or whatever. It can become a reality if I can fly, you know. But before that, actually not before that, I think, so we need to arcane workbench. I hope it doesn't. Okay. And crystals. It's for later. Okay, mag levitation. Maglev. The earliest one is MV. It needs this and that. Its magnetic steel is fine. What's not fine is the fact that I actually killed all of my steel. Okay, now I'm going to open another 100 of those, or maybe I'll wait for the whole. I'll probably wait for the whole barrel of those. But I've already opened about 200 so far. Somewhere around ish 200 scrap boxes, and as far as I remember, you need to open like, oh, well, I don't remember. I'll probably Google that. Scrap box. So the dude calculated everything. He like devised formulas for that. Well, the dude opened 10k scrap boxes and pulled 1 green sapphire. He says he's at around 40k boxes total now, and he's got 6 sapphires. So technically you need around 70,000. So theoretically I need about 100,000 scrap boxes to get me the 9 sapphires, and I got 100. So it only 1,000 more to go. 999 more rolls like that to go. Oh, that is very bad. So, where do I put my sugar? It's very slow. But we're not going anywhere, right? Also, I think it's about time I actually dealt with what's below. Like, I want to destroy everything that's there. Forget about this thing like a nightmare. I also believe that those 50 villages actually might have been lagging my world a bit. Because when I was playing just Greg Tech, my world seemed a lot smoother, and even though I was in the overworld and not in the skyblock. Maybe it's because of the stream that I do. Sometimes I get like you see, not 144 FPS. Sometimes I dip down to 141 or 33 or something, and it kind of feels a bit jagged, you know. Alright, maglev. Kind of dealt with the magnetic steel for now, and we need a lot of fine aluminum wire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually 7. 7 by 2 is 14. I don't know if that's a good investment. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I just want to see whether it's something worthy of trying. And this will be another 9 aluminum plates. Last copper cables I could buy. Okay, and what else do I need? Magnetic steel rod. I will have 7 of that, sure. And we can already craft that. Oh, now I have a bunch of more technician coins. Okay, 1. Let's go, boys. This will be done. Block of magnetic steel is just block of steel. Or rather, the compressed steel ingots. We need 9. We'll be there soon. Okay, and the most important thing is the harness. I had a mundane belt. For some reason. Oh, really? Who would have thought? There's like a whole world underneath. I don't even remember doing that. Why is there a what? That's not good. It messes up with my spawn. If I jump there, I'll probably die. There's some water in here. What is it? You know what that is? That is an actual... Oh, that's what it is. This used to be a... Oh. Well, hopefully, if I just light up the area, this will rid me of unwanted spawns. I kind of don't remember building on top of a cobblestone ball, but that's okay. So, are we getting any experience right now? Yes, we do. There's 1 million now. Bunch of drops that I honestly can't even... I don't care. I mostly care about the experience now. String. So, we were going for the belt, which I... Yes, here it is. Which was a drop. Actually, it's pretty craftable once you get yourself some wax. It's pretty craftable and nothing bad, really. It's easy. But I hope I will only need one maglev harness because I read a description and it said that I will need no, it cannot be like that, right? There's supposed to be one maglev harness that works in areas of different pylons, right? So when the pylon range ends, your belt doesn't work anymore. That's how it is supposed to be. Thaum ingot. That's the problem, but not the... First of all, we need to get the air crystal done. This is all what we need in terms of something that was blocked previously that I couldn't do. Is the air crystal. Now we just go to a compressor, compress a bunch of things. Are we good? Yes, we are. Compressor. This one. And I want to go like that. Polarize the ingots. Done. Now I cut it. Only 100 seconds. And 3 more magnetic steel. So how do I get thaum? I guess it's easy. Have I already researched it? Yes, I did. Thus, I need a bunch of iron ingots. What are you showing me? For magic. What gives magic? Well, ender pearls for sure. but I wouldn't want to do that. Some kind of magic tree, right? I did have some magic blocks somewhere. Not anymore, obviously. Great wood would do, right? I can bone meal it? What? Okay, I'll water can this now. I mean, if I can't bone meal this great wood sapling, it means that water cans do not work on that as well. I also remember I did get the magic sapling, the blue one. I remember that. Why is it not? Because without it, there would be no precantatio, whatever that. Oh, here we got this. 58, and yeah, I can spend most of it. Okay, now this also needs scanning because I don't remember. I think it has 1 or 2 magic, 1 magic only. So let's spend, let's say, 16 to 4. That's the ratio, right? Yes. 16 to 4. Where's the 8th? Doesn't matter. And let's go extrude that. Actually, we only need 4. While it's being extruded, we're going to grab that. Do that. Compress that. The rest will be bent. I'm so close to doing that. Oh my god. I'm so close to flying, guys. Without energy. Without anything, because of course I'm not going to be giving energy to my pylon. $120 is just twice as wide. Okay, do I still have? Yes, I still have this. Okay. That's gonna take a lot of time. But we're getting there. Okay, and air crystal. Got him. Finally, finally. Our long-awaited air crystal. That will help us harness the air. Alright guys, the moment of truth. I equip the harness. Where do I equip it? Belt wings, okay. So... this thing? Oh, that's not a belt. Well, I suppose it should be in a bubble slot, right? Wings. Alright, right now we're not flying because we are not using a pylon. I want to fly, you know, test it here on this little space. It says 8 blocks in every direction. I want to mark that. I want to mark that with chests. I can't even do that because chests do not stack. Okay, every 2 blocks, or 1, 3, 5, 8. What am I counting? 7, 8. So that's the range of a pylon. Creative flight. Uh-huh. Guys, that's all I wanted. Ah, this is crazy. I can fly. I have an interesting idea actually, because you know, you can never just do that and forget about. Well, where the hell is my wrench? What if I could theoretically jump somewhere, and while flying or falling down, I would place the pylon and hover in the air. What if I could do that? What if I can somehow abuse the fact that I can... Well, I cannot break the pylon back, right? Wouldn't be possible in such a fast amount, period of time. It's a short period of time. But still, I want to check if I could do that. Oh, well, wait a second. Let me quickly check that, and I'll be. I kind of need to go for some time. I'll pause the stream, maybe. Oh, I'm not gonna pause the stream. I'll just walk off for like 5 or 10 minutes. I'll be back. So I'll need to be able to press the button. Yeah, that works. That works if I place it. I don't know what it achieves. I think nothing. Okay, guys. So I'll be back in about a couple of minutes. I think maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I need to do something urgent right now. Yeah. So I'll leave you to watch scrap boxes. I think it's a very fun activity. Maybe you'll notice something strange. Okay. I'll be here soon. Okay, I think I'm back. There's my webcam. I hope I didn't turn off the sound of the game. Hope I didn't. So basically pylons are very, very comfy. I'll probably need to hang them on the ceilings, you know? Like here, maybe? It's not really that... That's kind of cool, you know? But I'm still not sure how I'm going to build things with it. But to my understanding, levitation means no loss of hunger, right? And I'm not sure I want to spend all of my aluminum right now on it, because each of those pylons require you to spend 9 aluminum plus 14 plus 23 aluminum, if my calculations are correct, per one pylon. And in order to make my base fully traversable by air, I will need about 6 pylons at least, maybe even more, probably more. So I'll just hang one here and be hovering. That is one of the projects of the future, you know, when I'll make my base a lot more comfortable for traveling or actually moving. It's kind of comfy. Okay, the pylon is here. Pylon is in the building. Where do I go next? Actually, I got a flute solidifier already. What do I need, a mold now to complete the quest? Think I have it? No. I have it for sure. I am supposed to have it. It's like one of the basic molds ever. Oh, wait, oh, okay, it's not crucial, you know? It's nothing that I can't... It's not gated by anything. It doesn't gate anything. Doesn't gate anything. Okay, this is crazy. I want to open them. Maybe I should be standing close to this vacuum hopper. It's kind of easy to make. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus some obsidian plates and interpearl plates. It's just that I don't want things to be spilled out on the floor. I think it's easier when it's all of that is like concentrated in one place. I think people do that. Three out of 4 obsidian plates, seriously? Can you... How do we get obsidian plates anyway? You need an ingot. And if it's already dust, then there's nothing you can do about that. You can turn that back into ingot. Oh, yeah, there is a recipe. But I don't have a mold plate. And I need that. Shoot. It's strange. Extruder shaped plate. I think I have it. Yes, I do. Plates. Extruder saves everybody. Got him. And another barrel to contain the opening. Item output goes here. Let's open the bad boys. Another 200, as I've counted. So in total it's already about 400 opened. Plus minus 100. I should expect 1 emerald every 10,000. Actually, out of curiosity, you want to check everything here, like platinum dust 0.01. What's the rarest thing here? Obviously, platinum is even more rarer than this one. So if I ever get platinum or magnesium, it means I suck at this game and in life in general, or even in stone dust. So there are a bunch of things that I'll be very not happy to get, because they are very low probability items. But probably it's not about what you get, it's probably how much you get of that. Because getting 9 sapphires in a row would be a stupid thing. Okay. I didn't get anything useful. This can go back to... Oh, it's already filled, so just like that. I like that I got a lot of dusts, even though... And the obsidian dust as well. A bunch of scrap on top of that. 2 netherracks, some filled tin cans. This is probably the most important thing for me now. Look at that, just look at that. There was something in it. Sadly, I could not understand what exactly. 2 vacuum tubes is good. Circuit boards are fine. Yeah, there are items we can work with, definitely. I would want to store bones. Gold is needed, yes. Gold is fine. In case I need more shards, I will have to have a lot of, what do you call it, gold wires. Paper, what is paper? Why do I have it? Got some steel. Actually, it's very interesting that I can just, well, what I understand is that what you put in a tin can, that is how much you get, nutrition you get. Like if it's just fish, it's not gonna do a lot of things to you. But if you put something else, like they put something in the, well while I pulled it out of a scrap box, it refilled a lot of hunger bars for me, hunger points, and I feel like it might have been even an epic bacon that was filled. That's how it felt, you know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm saying some total bullshit. Like, yeah, and it's always equal what amount of nutrition you get from a single tin can. But it felt like, maybe due to the fact that it was stacked up like 5 in a row or whatever. That's why I got this many hunger points. Okay, let's Yeah, there are a bunch of spots actually. I should have. Oh. So this wasn't chiseled. Okay. I want to do some architecture today. For some time at least. I want to make things clean, you know. Because I'm tired of this cobblestone look of my base. There's not much I can do. Because out of all the materials for building, was it a Z-tones? For now. I really like the anti-blocks. There was a dude on Reddit. He tried to showcase his base, and he sent a screenshot of a base that had like there was like a room, and it was really long as far as I remember. Like the whole screen, this room took the whole screen, and it was, if I remember correctly, yellow / pink anti-blocks, and that's it. That was the wall and the ceiling. You looked at it and you wanted to puke from all the. It's like I don't know. I don't even know how to describe that. It's like you couldn't look at it. It was very bright and like venomous, you know. I don't want my base to look like that. What can we choose then? What kind of building block can we go for? Some people say that it's okay to spawn in the building blocks, but I'm not entirely for that. Let's keep chiseling things. Maybe there's something really nice. Like hempcrete. Bunch of. It looks cool, I think. Look at that. Different colors and everything. You can just do a white one. But there's a problem though. You need gravel and sand. Actually, that's not a problem. What the only problem is plant balls. You get a plant ball from compressing 8 of sugar canes, or it takes 15 seconds. Basically, it's not a lot, and I can use the hempcrete to. I want to try it. I do have a bunch of plant balls somewhere lying around, and where else we're gonna spend it, right? I can just do the rainforest oak. Let that roll, and I want to use wheat seeds to get some wheat going. We'll see whether it's actually worthy block. Well, let's research something else while we're neonite. I know that requires a lot of things. Laboratory block, pretty. It's interesting. I tried to build from it. I remember that, but something. I didn't like something. There is Svelstone. What is this? Also of different colors, but those are somewhat dark. Andesite is just diorite and cobblestone and another quartz. No. I don't want to mess with another quartz. Oh, a feeling it's not really free for me. Waterstone is a joke. Froglite. Woolen clay. Copper. Chiseled marble. Blaze quartz. Cloud. Cloud is something else. Marble pillar. It's a good thing if you kind of go forward with my idea. All you need to do is get the marble dust. Okay. Let's keep getting that. We need sand. We still have sand. And some gravel. I also want to mixer. That's not fast. And chisel. All the colors in earth. And it gives you concrete as well. Okay, let's try orange. Yeah, it looks great. Just wonderful. Pretty bright, I would say. Okay, so there are possibilities if we want to do something colorful with our base. There are, even though it's pretty slow, because it needs water. Let's store it for now. I don't know, I feel like I want some really cool looking base. Duh, who wouldn't want that? But like maybe something that wasn't done before by anybody. What would that be? Those little islands, Babylon looking like if you Google Babylon, what would that give you? Why am I like... Yeah, kind of, I can see that. For some reason I imagined Babylon being in the sky. I don't know why. But that's okay. So, I'm just not familiar with the idea. How do you get different machinery across different islands? You know, like, do you literally run a wire? That's also wanted to check out whether people actually using personal dims in the playthrough of Garden of Grind. Guys, there's a guy asking whether Pidim is banned in GOG, and the other dude asks whether there's a way to get it. And that was the end of it. No, I haven't found anything. It just showed me that I must construct additional pylons. Is this a reference to StarCraft 2? Where you played with for what do you call those Protoss, right? Is this what they told you when you tried to train an army and you didn't have enough resource? They go like, you need to construct additional pylons. Is that the reference for that? Because it just popped in my screen, even though I didn't do anything. And now I'm trying to press the spacebar twice to try to fly out of the range of this pylon, and it doesn't say anything, which means it's not a constant message. It's just like appears sometimes, enough to make you see it and know that it's from StarCraft, but without getting too, you know, annoying, right? Interesting. Let's destroy that. And how do I do it? How would I do it? If I don't have a good pickaxe. Thank you, Larry. Enjoy your meal, I guess. Fodder time. First time I'm hearing it. I don't know if it's like a general saying, how people say it sometimes, like well, you could as well said like stuffing time, right? Oh, and I just died. 218 levels. I would love to enter a creative mode right now to simply not die, because this was actually how would I do it? I wouldn't have, in no way I would be able to actually type in the creative flight command. Is there any ideas what I should do, guys, if I don't want to die? Obviously, I'm out of range of my pylon. For this exact scenario, I should have gotten myself a glider already, right? Maybe I'll be able to cheat in a glider. But then again, I'm already falling, and I only have about 2 seconds before glider becomes useless, right? I would still be able to know. How do I get out of the situation? Let's think. There is a nah. There is a way. I just need to know the exact name of the thing. It's either a teleportation staff or a staff of teleportation. The second tier of that makes you teleport without ever using energy. I need the one that's with the red crystal on top, which if I use any other one, the first one, it'll be 0% and it's not gonna do anything. I need the one with the red crystal so that I could just like poof back into the base. And yeah, I'm gonna, you know, if I lose my 218 levels, I will surely do a backup, right? So might as well just not lose time. I'm gonna do that and then delete this staff like it never existed. But I'm not really good at typing, and I don't know the exact name of the item I'm looking for, so I'll probably just gonna die. I'm gonna Google this item. Maybe it'll appear somewhere. Staff of teleportation. Staff of traveling. Are you ready? No, I'm gonna die. Okay, so escape. Then I forgot the key. No, 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 no. I can't. I was close, but I can't. This is the item I was gonna go for. So why did I die? Where did I die? I don't even know where I died. I used to use this thing a lot back in the day, back when I was. Look for 1 pixel in the air, right? Has to be somewhere there. What was the backup? Single player backups. 21:35. 20 minutes ago. Oh my god. Okay, let's imagine I just lost 200 levels. It doesn't matter, right? Because you see, the thing is that. Oh, here it is. The thing is, I wouldn't have found any kind of use to those levels, because you need to stand on a thing to make them, you know. It's gonna make this whole idea useful. Seriously, how the hell did I die? That's another reason why I want to. Oh my god. I'm not going back half an hour. I have recyclers rolling. I can't just make such a irresponsible decision. You know, I've been down this road already, at least a couple of times. One for sure. When I had this exact spot where I died and I was bridging to it. I don't want to do that 60 more times. That's why I'm. Hate myself. Wish it was daylight. Sleep. Bang back. Slept with a cheated in sleeping bag. Run dismissed. You can start a rerun after that. All right. Pylon didn't help me this time. So to probably avoid that, nah, there's no avoiding that, because when you fall, you don't even think about pressing spacebar in that fast manner, right? You would be falling for at least a few seconds before you actually go like, whoa, I'm falling, and by that time you've already passed your 8 blocks radius. So. I'm gonna use my staff of teleportation to get me back to where I've been for all this, and then I'll throw it away. Okay. I think. I'll leave the bridge be in case I die again. Even though it's ugly. you go. Thank you. So, what was I gonna do before I lost all of my levels? I think it was gonna go and... yeah, climb a ladder. That's actually another fun activity I would love to skip, because this is crazy. You know, actually, I kind of like, there's this, I would say there's this hypocrisy amongst GTNH players when it comes to what's allowed and not allowed in a run. Like, I can already imagine there's a dude who was the first one to achieve a Stargate, or a group of dudes, and they sat and pondered like, okay, what do we like? And they start raising hands like, oh, I like building as well. Let's make building blocks free, and you can shit them in and use it as a decorative, means to sort of upgrade your base. Let's do it, alright. Then, what else do we like? We like to play hardcore Minecraft with all the mobs. What do? We do not allow switching off mob spawns until EV or IV, right? Otherwise your run is not eligible. Let's do it. And that kind of conversation led for some time, and there are rules now. Apparently, because for some reason, I love building, and I actually think that building a base is like part of the gameplay, and you can't just cheat in building blocks. Like, literally, hempcrete. You need to get plant balls for it. You need to get your wheat for it. It's not super resource hungry thing, but still at the end of the day, you need an infrastructure to get it going, because the platforms for your base, the space you need to build, it also is your base, and it also matters when it comes to layouts and everything. So you have a machine, but you can't put it on anything. You can't put it on air. You can't put it on a mountain or something. You need like a proper space, and it's part of the machine, right? Since when do we go and cheat in building blocks in the amount of like thousands, if you want to, just because? Why is this like an exception to the rule of being a like hardcore experience? It's because some dude sat around and thought that he doesn't like, he doesn't like crafting building blocks. And that's how this thing was born, Maybe somebody else agreed to him. But for example, I'm switching on and off the difficulty button to sometimes clear up the space of my single cells, because otherwise it's gonna take me like 5 minutes to run back and forth from the end of my base. And that would be something that would make Moran not eligible, because you cannot turn off zombie spawns or mob spawns until you're past EV. It's not really a thing in Garden of Grind, but it's a thing in the classic Minecraft GTNH run. So who's behind all that, right? Who are these dudes that decided that crafting blocks is less punishable? Or press automap button on journey. What's an automap? Oh, isn't it the one that uncovers the whole map? Because as far as I understand, it's also allowed, because people find what do you call this thing? People find the puzzle games, the Minesweeper games underneath the surface if they do that. Who the hell decides what is good or what isn't? Were those guys devs or something? No, those were just the first guys that ever played and up until Stargate, and it's just their preferences that they had, like their personal favorite things that they like and didn't like to do. That's how these rules came about, right? Yeah, well, there isn't much beyond Discord, right? it's the only community that actually I wouldn't think it respects the Stargaters, but it's something. It's a badge. It's something, right? There isn't like, okay, go complete a run and tell your mom that you built a Stargate. Is that more of a thing for you than having a role on Discord? Of course not, right? People go like, at the end of the day, if I build a Stargate using my own rules and I still know that it's like a tough thing to do, then I still am a Stargater even without a role. That's fine. But if there's a community, there are rules, and if you follow them, you become one of not so many people that have actually done it. And I believe that when it comes to that kind of thing, it isn't a place for preferences. Thus, I advocate against cheating in the decorative blocks, because this is actually just somebody's favorite thing. You know, somebody liked building and didn't like to resort only to one of the few building blocks that they had during the early stages of the game, where they already wanted to use like anti-blocks and maybe like some cool stuff that they didn't have access to at the beginning, and they already wanted to have a good base, you know, and that's why they decided to cheat in the when did I do that? You mean the staff? I already threw it away. Like it wasn't a cheat. I don't consider it cheating. I consider it bypassing a backup. You know, that's what I do in my run. Sometimes I like to bypass backups. Because I have my recyclers rolling and it just happened to fall over. It's like when you run around in your server and you suddenly press Q while you're holding a healing axe, are you going to gather shit ton of food again for that axe? No, of course you cheat that back in and it's fine. I did the same thing with the Staff of Traveler. I just fell to my death, lost 216 levels, which I didn't get back, as you can see. But I just wanted to climb back as fast as I could, so I just used that as if it never happened, you know. It did not help me progress. Or you just craft another one? Really? It is only if you crafted them, right? But there are dudes, including me, who have never crafted a healing axe who have actually gathered food for it. And that is like a shit ton of work. Would you go do it again if you just happened to press Q while you were running around the edge of a platform or something? One time I was switching my quantum armor, the white one. I was switching for some reason, I don't know why, and I clicked on it. It literally hovered below my mouse. I just did that, and all of a sudden my inventory closed, and the item was still on my mouse, hovering like that. I opened up the inventory to put it back, and there was no item. There was no chestplate. Quantum chestplate was gone. It wasn't around me. It couldn't have fallen anywhere, dropped anywhere, because there was like this kind of like clean platform. I couldn't find it. What do you do in that case? Because you can't just craft another quantum chest piece, because it is actually a very tiresome process for some people, because you know the quantum chest piece. It can take you like up to 20 minutes to get all that done, all the recipes dialed in, and some things that are not easy to automate and everything. So when this happens, like when something like that happens, people just usually go and get the item back in through a cheat or something. I don't really know and feel where this thing stops or ends, what is allowed and what not allowed, but I for sure know that if I had a healing axe and I lost it due to my stupidity, I would probably just close the game, because it's not fun and it's not part of what makes this game great. You get the item, it stays with you, it's supposed to stay with you. It's if somehow you manage to lose it because you were not careful or something, I'm not seeing a reason why you shouldn't kind of like make it be there again, since you've already done it. But decorative blocks, hempcrete, as I've already said, a very cool block, but you need like freaking wheat for it. Go plant it, wait for some time until the mixer has done a few stacks of it, and then go build. No, people will go like cheating that in. All I'm saying is that I'm removing this structure right now, and I need to talk about something. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what I would have done if there were no backups, if there were no config recipe mode or the cheat mode in this thing. I don't know how people do it. There are people that play pacifist here, you know, GOG pacifist, no mobs, excluding some cases where there are items gated. It's like next challenge would be to play with one hand, you know. But I'm not judging them. Yeah, I am judging, you know. And why do you think, not Ziska, I think you were the one that said that. Why do you think that Discord role, that nobody cares about a Discord role? I believe it's something interesting, no? Because Discord is the only kind of like island where people actually meet and talk about the game. It's the only community as far as I remember. And there are a lot of things like when they talked about eligibility of runs. I was at the time playing like around EAV, and I was thinking like, okay, I'm doing all this for what? Because I'm not active on Discord, I only lurk, right? Never wrote anything in there. Unless by an accident when trying to search something and instead writing in a chat. And I was thinking like, if I ever finish that, am I going to be like the 100th or something person that ever did that solo, but I'm playing single player? Would that be eligible for a role or anything? And then I started reading up on it and realized that there are actually people, I guess I call them gatekeepers, right? They were talking about stuff like you need to show them the save file of your world, and they will kind of like, they will inspect it, right? And they almost certainly always see whether the infrastructure is enough for a Stargate, or whether you've just cheated in a bunch of multi-blocks, hooked them up somehow in a very uncareful way, and then you would kind of let it seem like it was a Stargate infrastructure. And I was thinking at the time, like, I'll literally do everything very slowly. I only have one MEBF with not so many amps running to it. And to some people it might seem like I should have had like a scale of my base X10, at least like 10 times more than what I have, in order for Stargate to be there. And how would you even prove to people that this is the pace you're playing at? And how would you prove to people that at the end of this GOG run, actually everything's recorded, but anyway, how would I prove that I've been able to make 9 green sapphires by only using 9 recyclers, right? For like 3 months in a row or something? I just don't know. Where's the start and where's the end of that? It's something that bothers me. And who are those inspectors that do it? Is this like some kind of comedian there that decides that who goes in and who isn't? Crazy. Oh, and are they actually going to dismiss a run simply because somebody decided to, you know... Some people use commands, you know, like home/home, which is not also forbidden. And that... I did kind of the same thing right now with the Staff of Traveler. Just, but, I don't know. I'm not using commands for some reason. Maybe I should. Okay, let me read. There's a lot of Discords that talk about GTNH stream communities with 20 plus people. Out of all the gators I know, most of them have never even spoken in the Discord. You can actually, you can usually tell if someone is as far as they are in GTNH within like 2-3 pretty basic questions. Yeah, I understand. I know. And I believe none of that cheating really matters, because what is above you and ahead of you is actually beyond cheating. Crafting a Stargate is impossible. %90 of gate is done post UV, so anything before that doesn't really matter in terms of just the gate roll. Yeah. To me, maybe getting a gate is like, it's not about playing the game from the beginning to the end. It's about solidifying or facilitating yourself within one of the latest tiers of the game, and then moving your way up from there, right? Like, everything that was before UV or UHV, it was just a child's play. You know, when you set up your base, and then you enter this tier when you know that like somewhere here we go like, okay, this is the circuits I'm gonna do. This is the, you know, the plasma thing, right? The mixer, the tesseracts and everything. This is where the fun begins. And if you can go past that and actually show that you're persistent enough to scale up, then maybe you're eligible for the role. That's one of the ways to look at it. But if we're talking about Skyblock, I guess here you can't really cheat a lot of things in the early game, because it does matter. Because that's the point of the whole thing. There are some gates still in the mid game and the late game, like making ion thrusters for the meteor ritual to get the thaum. If they still have this recipe, I don't remember. Because you can go to a planet and actually mine it, right? And you can get the... You need to get this thaum for your first sets of new components for the space elevator to get the tier 3, I believe, motors or whatever you call that thing to fly. Well, actually, you don't even need to fly anywhere because you're in Skyblock. Every dimension is void. Yeah, you just need to use ion thrusters to get thaum. No, you get the motors for the space elevators for the tier 3, and then you can mine the thaum. Yeah, of course, it's a space elevator, you just mine stuff. You don't need to teleport anywhere, even though you have an option to do it. Oh, again, I'm talking about late game. Starting to salivate over it. This thing isn't running, it's bad. Very bad. I'm sorry to have stirred up a bit of controversy here in terms of like what's allowed and what's not allowed. But it's been one of our topics since day one of playing the game. And I still can't settle in my head as to what is allowed and not allowed. But if you're looking through my library of recordings, you could see that I am actually not so clean myself. Well, mostly it was the bypassing the backups, because it was really painful to me at first when I started. I would load up the backup, would try to see, I would lose 20 minutes of my time, and I was recording all of that, so people, what the hell's gonna watch that, right? And Axie told me that he stopped watching some famous GTNH YouTubers since he used to get glass with world edit. Actually, people also are using world edits in their worlds, and it's also allowed. What do you know? And there was a dude named Carix82. Probably all you know about him. Legend. And there were guys that were like sneaking up on Discord while they were talking about him, and they were like, though he cheated in something, and like his first run or his second, actually hook all those things. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think I know that you talked about Carix. Yeah, because he did cheat in something, and people were talking about that on Discord. And somebody said that the dude already achieved Stargate 2 times. He had 2 episodes already done. He started the 3rd one, but then his PC got bricked. Hard drive or something, similar to my problem. But then again, while they were discussing his achievements and how the nerves and balls of steel and everything that he already did the game twice, somebody snuck in and said that though he cheated something, like some kind of block, or I don't know what he did. Well, maybe that was this glass block or whatever from World Edit. And they dismissed his run. And I was like, the dude literally shot the whole thing. Episodes by episodes of constant, it's not even work, it's toil, you know, like, and still somebody found a reason to say that it wasn't legit, because it did something. I mean, it's not legit when you literally shit in resources, right? Like when you need like 100 stainless steel for something, and your EBF smelts it like 1 piece 2 minutes, every 2 minutes, and you go like, okay, I'm not gonna wait. Here you go, 2 stacks of stainless steel. That you can do. Open some more scrap boxes. 120 more, so it's 1,000 I've already opened. $99,500 left to go. Oh, I got a cake. I should probably leave it. As far as I remember, there's a Botania something that needs a cake. A flower, I believe. Oh, actually, you need to feed the flower with cakes, which is something I shouldn't do. Blood cake, what do you need that for? Oh yeah, the Rune of Winter, I remember that. Yeah, this bullshit. You need all of the runes for something. A hyacinth, maybe? Something for bees. There are 2 flowers for bees. Or maybe even this one. Or is it a new one? So you do need cakes. And I remember I was like looking through ways of getting cake, and I was like, okay, there's a bee. I call it Chad bee, I think. And I was like, how do I get this bee? And I started breeding it, and all of a sudden I realized that I couldn't, because there's like a set up amount of names that can actually get the bee. So you either name your nickname on your launcher or whatever, or you get change the date or something maybe within the game to get this bee. And there's another way of getting this bee, is probably by a chat token after submitting a bunch of field generators of later tiers. Yeah. Do remember stuff. Same as we did to this charity event thing, and World Edit was fine to use. 1 team World Edit torches in first. I don't know. There used to be a well, I wouldn't say used to be, just a couple of days ago, the record run, right? World record run with average Grectic player and Duct and other dudes. Soy Cake, I think, was one of them. They literally had a team of like 20 people. Day one. And what did they do? They had warps. They would come to a place and use like a warp something something command, and it allowed people to teleport to that location, and they could choose a lot of different names for different locations that they could teleport freely between and among them. And that was really something I was like, okay, you're actually doing a record run and you're using commands and everything. And apparently that was, all those skips were also permissible, if there's a word like that. So I guess it's fine. Right now, average Grectech player started his streaming like I don't know, the third day I think. He started a new run with twist space, and I also saw him using home command. He was literally standing in his base, and it like was on the first floor or something, and then he used home, got on the second floor, like that. I'm very indecisive when it comes to building a base. I know that I need to do something about the architecture of the whole thing, but I'm also thinking that it's only MV for me, and there isn't much I can do in terms of putting things in the right places, because it all isn't going to matter once I hit EV, where I will just redo the whole base anyway. And I have a design in mind. I used that in my previous run, and it is very effective. It is cool all the way up to the very late game. You just have a central piece, like let's imagine 2x2. Actually, it would be better if it were like 3x3 chunks, and out of that chunk, 4 branches are coming out, like left, right, up, and down, and every branch is its own district. I believe I'm not the only one who has done this kind of design. I didn't look it up anywhere. I just kind of had this need of doing it like this. And you're having this central transformer, or even like maybe, what do you call this thing? A Lepitronic supercapacitor. And out of that you have all the wires and transformers and everything, and lasers coming out. And every branch is supported fully and thoroughly. And then out of every branch you can also branch out even more little districts, where there would be like, for example, one district would be this 1x4 chunks little strip, and it would be like chemistry of like epoxy, for example, or maybe Platline. Platline usually took me more than that. There was a strip of 6 chunks, I think, or maybe even 2 sides. So that design is really good. I think I'm going to be using that once I hit EV, because I know for sure that once I get that EV tier, there shouldn't be any more changes to the base layout, because that is very painful to move your bases, and I did that a couple of times. Also, people are talking about the fact that getting a PDM in Gogran is actually not a thing, because if you're aspiring to always have daylight for your solar needs, there are actual legit ways of stopping time. Oh, actually, you're a different kind of person. You play hardcore. You don't want to cheat on hardcore, because I don't even know how to cheat your runs. Like it's something else. I mean, maybe I would want to try that. And I guess you know why you did that. Because when you're playing hardcore, you kind of keep people entertained at all times, like, right? Because they such a mundane action, like you were standing amidst the thaumcraft jars and alembics and everything. You were like, oh, this is just another routine thing to do, and people were just casually watching you, but they were there because they feel like any second can be the last one, and they want to get that and they want to clip that. That's good for your for the viewer traction, right? I'm not saying you were like capitalistic person or something that capitalizes on emotions and that's how you make money. No, it's not about that. It's just the fact that I'm trying to see myself in that role, and I would probably think that the only reason I would put myself through that torture is only because it might be popular among people to actually watch you suffer in hardcore with no backups or especially no rollouts or anything, like when death is death, right? Even this gog I doubled that Shiny was cheating said no, but tell how to get 23 princes if Hive cost 10 coins, and we had 222 coins at that point. Did you tell him how to get 23 princes, or do I need to tell you that? Because I don't know how to get 23 princes, and I don't know why you're talking about this exact number. Is this the exact number of all the lineages you need to in order to get all the basic resources from bees? Why do you need 23 princesses exactly? I understand, yeah, that's the math, but what is up with the 23rd princess? Why do you need that one? 5 extra coins. Or you're saying you have never used a coin for your princesses, and the 225 coins is how you can actually check that, right? We've been doing bees. I don't. What does it mean? I doubled that Shiny was cheating. Like doubted, or doubled like because double also might mean doubt. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine playing with a partner and you're all this hardcore player, Minecraft player that never does anything that would compromise hard corners of your run, and your partner goes like, I want a stuff of traveler, right? And you go like, dude, no. But I think that kind of thing should be discussed on the shore, right? Before you begin your journey. Like, what is preferable, not preferable, in terms of cheating? What is acceptable? I mean, I've never even thought about playing GTNH with somebody. Like, I think it would be fun, especially with someone who actually knows what that is. Because I tried to playing it with a bunch of people that never knew what the hell GTNH is. So I was like a teacher to them, explaining this and that. I wonder if one day I'll somehow, play. But again, I don't know how to set up a server or anything. I'm not really familiar with the latency or anything, considering we might be from different countries, and how's that gonna play out? Because I don't really like when I have like 150 ms and I go place a block and it only places after like half a second. I don't want that kind of thing. And that's why I'm more comfortable playing alone, I guess. Yeah, that I had like you can literally check that. I had like I wasn't really like super focused on getting patches, but sometimes I would pop into like cells and just refresh them with a turgling on peaceful mode, and then I would get another set of monsters. But that was like every hour I would do that, and every hour I would get a forager patch, and that was like there are three types of patches, and I would always get a forager one. That was so like I was mad because it was gatekeeping so many things for me, including the levitation, which I've finally checked, and it's actually quite an interesting thing. I even learned that you can. Sorry, I can't talk. I even learned that you can actually fall and place it on the wall, and double tap the space, and you'll be able to hover. I don't know what I can use that for, but I imagine that maybe somehow I could save myself from falling if I do that. But you need like a solid block to place it on while you're falling. I also realized that it's going to take a lot of aluminum to cover my entire base with it, and that 8 block radius is actually not that big a deal. You need at least twice as many blocks for a good radius to actually feel like you're flying. You're trading the same patch at the moment, and it's all good, but you know why I'm better than you, because I have a soul vial, and I can just put my patch in there and store it there without ever worrying about the fact that it can disappear. Because you might say that there are ways to prevent the spawning of patches, and I know that you just have to shove everything you can up in its inventory until it can't take anymore. This is how you sort of like personalize him and get him to stay, even if you move far away from your base. But all of a sudden, patch that I had yesterday, which was a patch forager, it was living in my cell. It was everything was done correctly in terms of his inventory. All of a sudden, at the beginning of today's stream, he was not here. He disappeared. I don't know what happened, but that's the thing. Yeah, I advise you to trade at least 16 of each shards, just to bypass the quest. Because that's what I did today. And now I don't know what to do. I'm like running around doing nothing, talking. I might spend the whole month like that. Maybe I should like, I don't know, craft some resources, because this has already been filling up like crazy. I have like 10 or 12 stacks of aluminum being ready to be cooked. Actually, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 8 stacks. I lied. Do you have like actually, do you have like any kind of like division of labor in your GOG run with your friend, I guess, or you just do whatever you like? He said that Shiny was doing bees. Is it solely his prerogative, or you can also pop by and do something regarding bees? I would be so glad if somebody could do that for me. Well, bees is fun at times, especially if you have a witchery setup, so that you can just, you know, do all the biomes and just what do you call this thing? A world accelerator. That is fun then. But without it, it's trash. Especially the beginning of bees is always trash. When you wait for 5 minutes when breeding is happening. How far away am I from making this alembic or alchemy setup that is like instead of crucible? So, or isn't it the same thing? 'Cause I mean, I want to automate steel production, but I know for sure that I'm gonna have a hard time replicating the act of throwing nuggets into the water. So there should be there was like something. What's the next step, like more advanced step for crucible crafting? It says only crucible. There's an arcane infusion, and there's one more thing, like something that uses aspects and turns one thing into the other, but it does it automatically. How far away am I from that? What if I already can do that? I don't even know. Oh, this essential distillation, you need to distill stuff, right? How hard can it be to distill stuff? It's trash. You know why? Because a bunch of things I'm using is actually not pure when it comes to production of steel. Or actually it is. Wait a second. For steel you only need to have ingots. Oh, nuggets I mean. And then ordo. And I get a free aspect of ordo from chiseled stone bricks. It might be a thing to do for me. Let's just invest into that a little. See if it's worth it. It also it needs elementum and everything to be burning all the time. Maybe I shouldn't do it. But you gotta start that somehow, right? Because you will be needing it. Movement. What goes with Thakos? This dude. Slime is health. Health is ordo. Magic. Oh. I have the most difficult routes in researching thaumcraft stuff. Oh yeah, I read about that somewhere, but I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't do anything with it, knowing this fact. You said like, I did automate Elementum last hardcore run, right? And I was like in my head, I bet you did, because you were standing amongst all of that while you shot your doppelganger in the face. And ended up in Goggin sometime later. You know, it's actually a cool joke. You know this meme, like when some bunch of dudes are trying to, you know, like do some crazy shit with some kind of like explosives, like little bombs or, you know, firecrackers or something. Like, there were dudes like there was like a well or something that was dug up, and it was really far. It was running really deep, you know, and they threw some kind of Molotov cocktail or something in there. And I don't remember the details, but they were like looking at there in this hole. This is the video, right? Looking in this hole, and they were saying that the flames that the Molotov left was starting to rise up, because this wasn't just a hole. Maybe it was like a gaseous hole or something, like with gas in it. And it started to like go up and up, all these flames, and all of a sudden, it burst out, and the whole thing went white from the explosion, the camera, I mean. And after that, they simply edited that. It's like you open your eyes and you're in a cart going to Skyrim, and the dude says you're finally awake. And that's why did I remember that? Because I believe when you were standing amongst your thaumcraft setup and you actually shot your doppelganger and died, the next thing would have been like, not like you're finally awake, but instead you would just go like, wake up and you're in a Garden of Grind, like falling, dying to your death, and collecting graves. Like the whole thing was a dream, and now you're in GOG. So this wasn't even a hardcore run. This was like your dream. So just to get shot in the face by a doppelganger and wake up in GOG. I wonder where you're gonna end up next time. And I still wonder, why didn't you decide to do a hardcore GOG run? Because people do that. They just have limited amount of deaths. Let's say, what is the limited like minimal amount of dirt you need to get to start rolling until you can get dirt reliably from any other source? Because that'll be your last death. I believe you could do that, but I think you went too easy on yourself this time. This was exactly what happened in Gate of Hells. Maybe that was the video, but they were like laughing and cracking jokes, I think, about... no, maybe that wasn't a Molotov, but I think they were like... They checked it with something first, and then they threw something that was flammable. Well, either way, the flames went up and the whole thing went white, and then they ended up in Skyrim. Or should I say Sovngarde, when it comes to death. Okay, I did a research on that. And there are jars now. And pipes. Oh my god, when I was playing classic Minecraft, I was thinking like thaum is just super boring, and like you have a lot of resources and everything, but every time you need to craft a freaking pipe for thaumcraft, you need to get this crafting like little rings of rubber or something. I don't even remember. And like even up until the very like mid game, whenever I needed a pipe in thaumcraft, I would still need to like scale back the whole thing, get a bunch of stuff from my already an AE2 ME system, like like this cloud inventory, and I would just stand there and like feel like crap, like it's like some kind of beginning of LV where I'm just getting my first forestry work table crafts, because this thaumcraft it's such a, I don't know, medieval concept. And I feel like my GOG world is not ready for that. For me to start running around with, I don't even know the recipe of that thing. Essentia tube. Some kind of rings and what is, look at that. I mean, what is this? Like gold nuggets, thaum screws, really like small steel fluid pipes in all aspects. Quicksilver drop. How many? I don't know if I have the soul for all of that. I don't know. Anyway, we still have a lot of time on our hands, so might as well eat some shit. I mean, people were playing GTNH, but how do they go beyond that every time? How do they swallow thaumcraft? I believe there isn't a single fan of thaumcraft ever in this game. Everybody hates it. I was defending thaumcraft yesterday. There was a dude, maybe he's still here. He was talking about the fact that he doesn't want to play GTNH because of thaum. I wholeheartedly supported him, but said that it can be, it didn't have to be that. Yes, Stas, yeah. But you see, I'm already giving up. I'm like a double-faced person, you know, or what do you call this thing? Like, basically a hypocrite, right? I said one thing and now I'm hating it. If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have said that. You know, I would have continued like, oh, look how great these researches are. Look how easily I'm putting aspects together, right? It's so cool that I can just, you know, research stuff and, you know, and crafting the pipes isn't that hard, you know. It's just you need a bunch of small components that you can easily get because the resources are abundant. And I would have said a completely different thing to support my yesterday's idea, but obviously I've already gone past beyond that. So, literally a liar. Yeah. You know, I'm all about positivity, but when it comes to the actual thing, when I need to do something and I know that it's bad, I will be cursing at it. Like I'm a fan of late game. I've been talking about it for so many hours already, I guess. But when I'll be there, you will hear a lot of cursing, perhaps even cussing, because there are so many things that I just refuse to remember from the times when I was late game. But there are so many bad things that happened there. Power shortages, explosions again, everything. Crafting of nano suits and the probably the hardest thing that was there for me to craft was this purple walled box multi-block that was doing the UU matter for you. It had a very hard craft, and I think I was crafting it for 2 days in a row, just all the components, all the little things. There was like 4 or 5 different types of building blocks in there, and every block was like just a nesting of things. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you, Stots. I'm not gonna be calling you Stots. Stots. Oh, I can't even pronounce the nickname. STTOSZ. So it's basically 2 SZs in the beginning and in the end of this word, and 2 in the middle. Is there a universal way to pronounce your nickname, or do you leave like it, or is it open to interpretation for other people? Because Stosh, phonetically close to English Stosh. I wonder what Stosh is. I opened up my... Is that a card game? It's the only thing I could have found. Oh, it's nothing. It's a nickname. Stosh. Oh, okay. Because in my own language, stosh means like well, at the beginning of a sentence, like well. Let's. So I can relate to that. And why can't you stomach what I'm doing right now? It's so fun. Look, there is an aspect. It has other two aspects in it. All you have to do is connect, connect, and connect. Like, look, I got the permutatio aspect. The only thing that's cool about thaumcraft is the names of the aspects. I gotta tell you that. Like, they either came from Latin or somewhere else. I'm not even sure if I pronounced them correctly, because I'm not sure how a Latin is pronounced in English. Like in Russian, it would be permutatio, like with that sound, but in English, not sure. Maybe the same thing, maybe not. So I'm calling it like in English, like permutatio, whatever. But like water is aqua, earth is terra, and if you move on to like more complicated aspects, you get like spiritus, which is soul, or like kaelium, or like cellium. I don't know, like, or bestia. Okay. Yeah, it's probably from Latin, but I just don't know how to pronounce that. Nebrism, Meto, Fabrico, Ira. Well, this is the coolest one, right? Oh no, the coolest one is, I don't have it right now in my set. It's Iter, I think. It's like path or something. And there's one more, also cool one called Tutamen. It's like armor. Oh, here it is. Tutamen. That's a cool one. Actually, you use it a lot when... There's also one. There's also a bunch of hidden aspects which you can get very easily, and you need to like Google for them to get the right combination of other aspects. One of them being, I think, boots. I don't remember the name of them. Like 2 boots, and they also are used in craft of something, some kind of shoes, maybe, I think. But yeah, it's kind of cool if you're like. But the hardest thing, like, you're playing this game and you're like technologically advancing all the time, and then all of a sudden you must stop all of it to just stand in front of a pergament, right? This piece of paper, ancient piece of paper, and a bunch of scribing tools and everything, and you go like, okay, we're back to square one. And sometimes this kind of toggling on and off between the high tech can be jarring. Well, apparently it's really hard to focus when you're talking. What do you know? I got an idea. And research that. So vacuous would be ire. Tutamen. And to support your unwillingness to play this mod pack, the Gregorius T himself said that GTNH is something he would never play because of magic as well. So even the godfather of this whole thing says it's trash. What am I doing here then? Nah, it's not trash. A lot of people are playing it. Axie's playing it. He wouldn't have been playing trash, right? To continue the conversation about GTNH and its presence in the world of gaming, for some people it's a very it's one of the games out of all the games I've tried playing of that kind of caliber. Like Minecraft, generally speaking, Minecraft is the best game that can be modified, modded, and so forth. For example, I've tried playing Skyrim, and I went pretty far many times in this game. Finished it a bunch of times, and I realized that I needed something else, and I knew that Skyrim is another highly, I wouldn't even know how to call it, like a very encompassing game in terms of modding, and it had a lot of different developers that were modding the game to the death, you know, adding a lot of GBs of mods to this base game. And I saw there was like a mod pack called Lorem for Skyrim, and I decided to download it, and what do you know, it weighed 600 gigabytes, you know, and I downloaded it. I'd been downloading it for 2 days, and suddenly I was able to play it, and I didn't like the experience at all. The game was clunky as hell. It was not lagging, like it was pretty smooth in terms of like gameplay, but there were times when something would bug out. There's like a certain description would stay on the screen while you were looking away from the item, or some other things, like, and even you couldn't even die and reload a save because you would just definitely crash your game if you do that. So there was no loading and saving the game, and other different features from classic Skyrim went away because it would break the game. And I realized that Minecraft and GTNH in particular are probably one of the best games in the market right now in terms of making things errorless, you know, like no crashes, almost no crashes in the game. Even if there is a crash, you just go back and play, and it never happens again. Probably hundreds of hours with no crashes. Everything is streamlined, everything is connected. Even this freaking thaumcraft is also a very well thought through thing, if you think about it. So I've never ever experienced or tasted anything like this. That's why I'm still here. Even after I've told myself that I don't want to play GOG and everything, I'm still here because there is something that keeps holding me to this game, you know? Something that I've never met anywhere else. I tried playing GTA 5 online servers here in Russia. We have a lot of RP servers where people actually play by the tens of thousands, you know? 6,000 people on each server doing stuff like, I don't know, role-playing that there are taxi drivers and policemen and everything, and we're like talking on voice chat in there. And even that game is very well made. It still has bugs and it still crashes and everything. But GTNH, like, literally perfect game. So I applaud the developers of that game who made it work, who made all the separate mods work, you know, together, because that's another, I think, I've never been compiling my own mod packs, but I believe it's you need to know something to be able to do that, because, well, I'm not doing it. So even if it's not a game for you, I believe it's still like it's worthy of a shot at the very least. Even considering the thaumcraft and other nasty things that are there, it's not an easy game, and nobody told you that it is. Did you play GTNH 6? There are some mod packs. It had kinetic power and Crucible, where you have to keep temperature, melting Crucible itself. It's pain in the ass, but still better than thaumcraft. I don't know if I played GTNH 6, but this GTNH also has kinetic power. Even it's quite a bit, you know, not so good. I tried playing WoW when the Mists of Pandaria came out, and I played for about 2 months, and then I stopped playing. I don't know. I've always dreamed of playing WoW, but I kind of missed the golden times of it, which was, I guess, Classic, and then Burning Crusade, and then Wraith of the Lich King, right? All those three were the golden times of Warcraft, I think. And I missed it because I was a freaking schoolboy who didn't have money for a subscription or anything. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's just that I'm comparing what I don't like about this game and how I go through it to experience what I like. And I think for some reason that other people that don't like this game might actually swallow the bits they don't like to play it, but I can't be for sure that it's true for others. Because, well, you never know how other people feel, you know? So, like, I'm not gonna come up to my mom and say, Mom, please play GTNH, it's a great game. She doesn't play games at all, like, I wouldn't want to make her do it. So that's the thing. And I guess I can just be, like, advocating for it all I want, but in the end, those who want to play it have already played it without anyone's persuasion or coercing, right? Thus, my job here is, first of all, unpaid, second of all, unwarranted. Not even needed, uncalled for, I would say. Finally done the research. Yeah, I remember people were talking about raids of 20 people, 40 people. I don't know if 40 people is the real number of players that can raid. Sitting in statics, which I believe is like a raid party that stays the same. The story about Leroy Jenkins, which was later sort of immortalized in a Hearthstone card of the respectful name, of the same name. Hearthstone used to be a thing. Now it's a bunch of... It's a good game. I'm afraid that I'm on Twitch and people watch me. But you who played... did any of you played Hearthstone? Do you remember this, like, 2017 something, 16? Now it's a pay-to-win game. It used to be a game where you could just play for free on Arena and earn gold and buy all the packs you wanted and just have everything within a few months. And then you would only pay for golden golden cards, the way the cards looked, and it didn't even matter whether that was a golden card or not. And it was a very random game. I mean, a game where random decided everything. But people still had tournaments for that. And people still won the tournaments. The same people, you know, which means that skill matters. And game knowledge matters as well. So what it is now, it's 150 more. I'm at about 650, 700-ish opened bags or boxes. No, I need to count it better because I'm losing a lot of certainty when I do that. I need to be able to count properly. Write it down somewhere. Okay. Yeah, these tin cans aren't stackable. How many sapphires? 0. You know, actually, the worst thing about this whole thing is that there are items in those scrap boxes that have less chance to appear than the sapphire, the green sapphire, and I'm already afraid that I'll have more of those than the sapphire itself. There's like 0.02 for a green sapphire, and there's like a platinum dust which has 0.01, twice as. And I still didn't get that, but I'm afraid that if I ever get a platinum dust, it means that I've just used up a chance for 2 green sapphires, if that math, you know. I believe it's not working. It doesn't work that way. Yeah. I've already experienced getting a lot of good stuff. One of the best stuff that I've gotten is a filled tin can. I already got like 9 of those, and they aren't obtainable until HV, as far as I know, due to and vacuum tubes are good. I've also found empty cells and everything. Steel dust, it doesn't matter. Electrum dust might be a good idea. Silver, copper, sulfur, that's not that good. Netherrack, you know, something. Glowstone. But again, I'm usually opening 150, 200 at a time, so it's not really that I'm not really that rich, even if I want to be it. Let's go keep on the research. What'd you feed the recycler? You said Pam's water, right? Last time when you played alone. I wanted to know how you got it, because there's been an exploit. And obviously there are a lot of people who do it. Oh, my stream, or just because we were discussing it earlier today. Yeah, that Pam's water craft itself in an auto crafting bench, and I also just set it up and just looked at it and thought that it was cheating, and just said no. And instead I'm using crowbars. I think that's a neat idea, and it's pretty damn good, I think. Like half a stack of steel lasts you about half an hour at least. With 9 recyclers. I only have 9 right now. It was slow, yes, but you could set up like 9 of those or 16 of those or whatever. It would be very fast, and it's scalable like hell. I found, not found, but I've thought of another aspect they could have done. A vacuous plus. Actually, it's a cool game to devise new aspects that are more like complicated. I figured out that vacuous plus terra, which is earth plus void, something like apocalypse. You know, when everything dies and the whole planet becomes desolate. That would have been a nice idea. Like an empty earth apocalypse, or what else can you do? Research done. Of course, I have a temptation to leave this thing overnight and offline, not on Twitch, but yeah, I would probably need to put at least 6 stacks worth of steel into the advanced extruder, advanced fluid extractor to have enough steel, molten steel for the crowbars. And then I would probably end up waking up to an amount of 1,000 scrap boxes, maybe 1,500 after 8 hours or so. That wouldn't put me much further ahead, of course, so... So guys, I'll be probably finishing this time around. Just kind of got tired already from all the research and all the talking. So, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I want to thank you all for joining me today in this wonderful day. Wonderful day of... Did I do anything today? I guess I did. Got the patch, got the pylon, got this thing finally working. Already opened up a bunch of boxes, 600 in total as far as I counted. Almost done a bunch of research. Maybe next time I'll automate the production of steel with automated alchemy. Who knows? Then I did what? What did I do? Crafted this, not crafted, built this huge field of sugar canes, which is very useful for my oxygen production for the EBF for faster steel. Even though I'm a bit disappointed that I wasn't able to get the 5-second recipe for steel due to lack of arc furnace. Still, 25 seconds per ingot is a lot better than 360 seconds that I used to have in a brick blast furnace, and of course it's still worse than just manually duping steel, which I intend on automating next time. I'll see if it works and if it's fast or not fast, and then we will probably, I don't know, there's nothing much to do. I don't really want to build a base. I want to, but it's not practical right now. I'm the kind of person in GTNH that does the minimum amount of things before they can proceed to the next tier, until I get a AE2 where I can finally think through the layout of my base, knowing that it's not going to change much since then. But since we're here in the beginning of MV, I don't know, the only thing I can do is collect resources, craft a bunch of things, do thaum, hoping that by the time I reach the green sapphires, I'll be able to push through to the energy hatches with the coming of ultra low power IC, then onto the stainless steel, then probably onto the advanced circuits, and into the HVH, where I will be dealing with the emerging of meteors. I think it's one of the best things I could have gotten in GOG is meteors. It's just almost like a void miner for for poor people, and we get the first matter manipulator just as a prep before the EV where I'll be rebuilding my base. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the idea. Okay guys, so thank you all for watching. I'll be seeing you next time. Don't know when and where, but just thank you all for coming here and actually staying after raids and everything. That means a lot to me. It means you either are bots or people who somehow somewhat tolerate me. Thank you for the conversations. Of course, it's been really fun to explore a bunch of stuff today, including the new ways to cheat, which we of course did not do. We were very faithful today to ourselves and everything, including one little hiccup where I fell to my death with 200 levels and used a teleportation one to get things back where they were supposed to be. If it wasn't for my stupidity and clumsiness. So yeah, we'll keep playing and keep doing things, and well, I'll see you next time. Goodbye. And let me just raid you guys to somebody. I always forget that. Oh my god, this dude never says bye, right? He always keeps talking. Stream manager. Yesterday I raided you to someone, I don't even know who, but I hope you guys don't get lost when I do that. I'm always putting a tag of GTNH in there. So today we have some Russian dude, some IV guy. I'd rather be looking at the... There's a dude playing, I believe it's there's like a moon and a percent sign, which means he's like practice run, which means he's doing a speed run. I think that's interesting. So I'll rage it to that guy.